Hey guys, good afternoon, good evening, good morning.
Good afternoon.
Sir.
Hi, Siva. Good evening.
Able to hear me, guys? Hey, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, guys.
Good evening, Siva.
Good evening, Siva.
Good evening, Siva.
Since Star is ultimate to be joined, we'll wait for some time.
Hi, Siva.
Hey, hi. I'm just
Siva,
waiting for
uh,
one
till
second.
now, I have some issues. You can look into it. Can I
Tell
share
me
my
about it.
screen?
Yeah, you can.
Yes. Just like that.
No, even I don't have permission. Like a Star other team required to give me host permission, then only I can able to give you permission to share your screen as well. Do you have option to share your screen?
Yes.
Okay, can you try?
Yes.
No, I think okay.
It is visible.
Yeah, I can see you.
Just like that, I'm mapping the port 8090 to 8080, but I'm not able to access publicly. Just like
Did
that.
you open the ports for that in your container? Sorry, for your EC2 instances.
Yes. Just like that.
No, I go to the EC2 instances.
Just a minute.
Shiva, even I had the same issue. So when I opened the port 1890, it worked.
You have to open the 8090 only. See why? Because see, you are like port forwarding to 8090 only. Nah, you have to open the 8090 only. Then only it works.
Yes, this one.
Scroll down. That is understand. Ready? Scroll down. Go to the security. See here what ports you open. You open 8080 and 22 only. Okay, inbound
Okay.
rules. You have to open. You're using 8090. You not opened 8090. Then how you're expecting that?
How to change it?
Go to the security group. Click on the security group. No.
Security
Here,
group.
and this little bit scroll down. Here at the second option, you have security group.
Second one, this one.
Yeah, hyperlink. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Here you have edit inbound rules.
Go to 8090, right?
Yeah, you can use 8090, or you can just open like open a kind of thing that click on the custom TCP.
Yes.
Yeah, all traffic.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
So now refresh the page.
Okay, it's fine. And just like a 80.
What you have in 8080? You don't have anything, right?
8080 just like a war file, no?
What var file?
Just like a 8080, right?
No, 8080, that's a port you are you are port forwarding from 8080 to 8090.
Okay. So how to access the Tomcat war file? Because the war file is a
Is it var file there in that
yes, yes,
already?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
What is the var file you have over there? Just show me what is the war file you have.
Just like that.
What is the var file? What is the Docker file? Something. Show me like how you created that.
Just like a
Okay.
this one.
Okay, copy that and copy that.
Already the pasted in here.
Copy. I just ask it to copy the name of your var file, buddy.
Okay. This one.
Okay, they gave me host permission. Give me a minute.
8090 / this one.
Remove that var. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Is there any other question?
No. Thank you so much.
Okay. Good. So, any other question, guys, before starting our session? Are you guys practicing? Are you guys trying for that, all those things? So how
Right now,
practice is
I'm
going on?
practicing in Docker basically. Not Terraforms and Ansible is the pending.
Okay, so Jenkins, how you guys are practicing Jenkins, how it is going on?
No, right now I'm not practicing Jenkins.
How about others? Are you guys are practicing? Any questions you had? Yeah.
As of now, no questions on my side.
Okay, so try to practice it once if it take like longer time, right? Like again, you lost the touch, so try to practice as much as this thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so don't ignore, try to practice, then it would be the good thing. Or else it's again, recollecting, taking all those things will take time, buddy. So practice those things. By this time you get like a lot of the tools. Now you understand. Just try to go to the Naukri, apply kind of any jobs you have, and try to see like what responsibilities are, roles and responsibilities are they're asking, and where you are in that. Try to attend like 1-2 interviews. There you'll understand like how they're asking, what their expectations, all those things you have to check it up yourself. And then you will start practicing in that way only. Suppose if they ask you can attend a Jenkins interview, you can see like where are you on that. Try to apply, or if you know anyone, like if your team is if someone is working in your team on Jenkins, sit with him and see like what is day-to-day activities doing. If any other questions you're you're not able to understand something, ping in the group or ping me personally, anything. Or like that, you have to go through your activities and you have to go through learning kind of things, and then you have to improve your activities. Then you can attend the job, you can apply for the resumes in there.
Shiva, one question here. I mean, we have learned many tools. So in
Yes,
resume,
sir.
can we put like some tool which we are confident, or have to put all the tools? I mean, that's
No, see, you can put all the tools. See, it's sometimes, right? Like I'll tell you a simple thing. No, DevOps, not sometimes, like most of the times, DevOps, right? Like it, no one have right skills for these things. So you can't find all the tool knowledge, like their expectations. Like if they have some certain tool, they gave like 5, 6 tools. It's very tough for them to get like a person who have all the skills. Okay, most of them like maybe 1, 2 tools they have in perfection, 1, 2 tools they're in a kind of expert level like that only. So applying the tools is okay, but you have to make sure that there is not that is not the specific tool their expectation. They're looking on the expert knowledge. Suppose they're looking specifically on Ansible, but you're not good. You were good with Ansible, not an expert level. So that situations you have to see that, and you have to convey them how much confidence you are can do like activities on Ansible. Okay.
So like an example, so we did a class today, and we did how a file can get right from a master to child. So we practice
Yes.
that, but that would be sufficient to clear, I mean, at the practical level, like actual work. So
You
if they,
see, what they're gonna ask you, like while you're doing an Ansible, they'll ask you like they'll do the same. This is a basic expectation, basic things we have done, but the same thing you do it with a complex logic, complex functionality. Suppose as I told, right, like take it up a kind of Terraform. Okay, take a Terraform, to create a role for the just create a Kubernetes cluster process. Try to do that with your Ansible. Take it up a bigger functionality and try to achieve that one. That's how you can able to understand more on functionality wise and modules. Suppose like yesterday we discussed only 1, 2 modules. In interview they'll ask like what kind of modules you're working. You can say like I'm working on the file module, I'm working on the copy module, I'm working on this. You have to be in a situation. See, suppose their expectation, you put it up a resume as 3 years. Okay, so last 3 years I'm working on Ansible. Are you going to work on this? Did you work on those only these 3 modules or any other modules? What are the other modules you worked on? So if you're putting like 3 years, you have to at least showcase some of the like a regular modules, some of the functionality modules. Okay, I worked on these kind of modules, and I worked on these modules, and these are the activities. You can able to expose yourself with that their expectations actually. So that's a deeper level you have to see in while you're doing like while you're practicing, you have to see in a deeper level and try to see like why I have to do like this thing, why can't I do like this other thing. So like that you can see there, you will understand more on you will get more hundreds of questions and resolving yourself like hundreds of questions. There you'll get like you'll get become an expert with that actually. No, when one time, right, like I'm very new to the DevOps. Like actually, I was working one project, and unfortunately, that project is about to complete. They tell that they're releasing me, but I asked like what I have to do if I require to be in this project because I'm expecting promotion. I said okay, like there is Azure, whatever we have, we are migrating into the Azure. Can like now change yourself into the Azure. There anyway, cloud is also coming good market, so change yourself into the Azure. There you maybe get some role changes can happen. So I went on that, I did some analysis, and we are that time it is very legacy Azure portal we have, and we're able to push that things into the Azure. And after that, I moved out, like my profile moved to the cloud. So I'm very new to the DevOps, and I just went on a couple of learnings. That time we don't have much learning, so I just going through that all those things. That time, like I was again after that, Azure kind of thing is completed. I got promoted and I moved to the bench. That I'm like one other project I came, like it's more on the Jenkins only. Like they took my interview. One person, he said like, "Oh, you're telling good. I can understand you're telling good, but where is the practical knowledge of yours?" I don't think so. I'm not able to see some practical knowledge. I asked like, how are you gonna tell me that? Like, how are you gonna see in interview? I'm telling the things, and how why you're telling like I don't have any practical things. Okay, so simple. You're doing the port forwarding. You know how to port forwarding in Docker. You'd use IPN, but same thing like our Maheshwar is using for 8090 and also using for the 8080. Port is already forwarded like before this started. So that is very practical. Now we understand that if he use 8090, then only he'll get this activity. If he use 8080, then he won't get that one. like, that's the practicality knowledge you have. So now if I say like I'm bored, I'm doing a port forwarding to the 8080 to 8090. If you say, okay, can I open 8080 also? I said, yes. I said, okay, you are good with that. You know how to port forwarding, you know how to write a Docker file, you know how to do that one. But I'm sure definitely never tried that one. If I tried that, I can able to answer, no, sir, like it is a port forward already to 8080, 8090. How come like again, you can open 8080? That is a practical thing, like your these things that I know is that theoretically you're good. I completely agree. Theoretically you're good and you're able to explain the things, but you never had any practical thing. Yeah, I said like, yeah, I like, I got this thing. I just learned myself and like kind of thing. Then like I didn't get that project. Later on, like I was able to clear some certification, internal certifications on that Jenkins. That time I practiced a lot. So then I was able to understand few things. Then I was in bench for more than 100 to 120 days. I got some free time. I was able to learn a lot of things, and then I got internal project. Like there, I was worked for DevOps in almost like 2 years. There, I got some very good hands-on thing. I was switch out after that. Like I switch out of that. So he was able to recognize me that I don't have practical knowledge. I'm able to tell the theoretical, but that's not enough. That only like practical knowledge is very much required. So okay. Hey, sorry, Mahesh Prasad. If I willing you kind of thing. Hello.
Hello. No worry. No
Hey,
worry.
hey, just I just take that example.
Okay, not a problem.
Don't take me wrong. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So that's you understand things while you're doing the practice. Okay.
Yeah. So today, Shiva, is your last class, sir?
Sorry.
Is it the last class for?
Yes, this is the last class for us. Yes.
Okay.
This is the last class for us. Did I tell like it will be like video call that you guys has to take, everyone need to on video, and everyone required to open the camera, and we have to take a snapshot.
Okay.
Did I told that? So just like for 1 minute, all you guys has to open your camera, and I have to take a picture of all yours whoever been here. So I'm not looking for any alliances for you, so don't worry. Don't tell that I'm in the makeup. I don't have makeup kind of things, so I'm not taking any of these things. And no, I think like star of the team will come by that thing. So we'll see. Others, please turn on your cameras.
So Shiva, if you want a doubt clearing session, will that be possible to have, or like it to just ping in and
Yeah, group will be there. You can ping any time in the group.
but if you want to get in touch with you, like
Yep, even my number is there. Even yesterday also, one person reached out to me. He's from my October or some other batch. He asked me, Shiva, I got this thing, like I'm writing Azure certification. I required some help. So I was able to send some kind of things to him. Others, please. I just take a picture and I won't forward it to anyone. You don't need to worry on that. Ashish, Santosh, Prasanna madam, Mona Lisa, Shubham. Come on, guys. If you're opening that, I can take a screenshot and I'll share it to the Sarazal team. Okay. Santosh, Ashish, Shubham. Okay. One second.
Shiva sir, I already turned on my video. There are two Shiva. Means both are me
We
only.
can see Shiva sir now.
Okay. This is myself. Okay. So, yep. Let me take a screenshot. Just give me a minute. Snapping to. Yep. Thank you, guys. Now you can turn off your video. Okay, thank you so much. So we're gonna start our session. Any other questions we want to discuss before the session? Any other? So I can jump to the question.
Shiva sir, how to handle scripting questions in interview? Means because
Scripting you have to learn at least at least one scripting you have to learn, either shell scripting or like I already forwarded Linux commands, kind of basic line of commands. So scripting also I'll share that now. I'll see like scripting these things, the basic scripting kind of things. So at least you have to learn how a simple like a create a file from the script. Scripting is nothing but if you have Linux commands, writing more than one command is nothing but script. Okay, if you have like a just we using like a touch file name, the same thing you're writing like multiple lines, that is multiple commands, including that you call it as scripting only. So it's like but we have to write some kind of functionality, little bit functionalities, calendar printing, date printing, these kind of things. The small kind of things, if you're scripting language, that would be nice actually. If you're able to create a file, able to print the date, or like just take echo and print the date. So all these things, if you're able to do with this small shell scripting, that would be very much fine, because
yes,
more on, right, like it will be very like that's what I see every time. We may not be like 100% suitable for that position, but you have to convey them. Maybe if I get an opportunity, I can learn and I can showcase that things to them. I can able to make the things to them. That's what you have to convey them.
sir. But,
Did you share?
in interview they asked me regarding scripting. These means basic part I know, but in they ask in PowerShell you have to delete as your Active Directory. You have to create pipelines using shell script or those things, automation, all those
Hmm?
part. So I have encountered
For
with this.
from the shell scripting, you can get it directly. If you're using Jenkins, you can get that directly link the path. You can get it at how to run that one. We already have like a Groovy scripted to run that are commands you have already for that. You can take it up. You can start your pipeline that from your scripting. But it required to be. I don't think so. PowerShell you can run integrate the Jenkins pipelines kind of thing. Either you can use the Bash only. I don't think so. You can use it from the PowerShell. But anyway, all are the same. You don't need to worry like taking up multiple things. Try to at least one scripting, like try to learn shell, try to write like small programs, or like take the backup of like file directories, or remove the directory like this. Create directory, write some content inside of that, and try to do this thing. Print then after copy that backup some different location and delete that. These are all activities. If you do it from the shell scripting, that is very much fine for us. So we're not, it's shell scripting is not a mandatory for us, but if we have that, it is an add up advantage to us. That's it.
Okay, sir.
Shiva, do you have anything on regular expressions that usually pops up in the interview a lot? So
In DevOps interviews with the regular expression,
no, when as part of automation, shell scripting and all, they usually land up with regular expression. So
see,
I
regular
did try.
expressions, you have it in everywhere, buddy. Like you have regular expressions Python, you have regular expressions in Java, you have regular expressions in many of the things. Okay, so what exactly their expectation? That is the matters. Like if they say regular expressions in shell scripting, you have a different regular expressions in the shell scripting. Okay,
Yeah.
a text pattern actually to say. Okay, text pattern searching and replacing kind of things. These are the kind of regular expressions you use in the shell scripting. Like regular expression, it's been there in every of the programming language. So, but in here, right, like in with DevOps, see DevOps, that is the things we are learning the tool. We are not required to write any script for that one. We are doing at the tools, like if we are doing it from the Kubernetes. We are doing that Jenkins automation kind of thing, right? Why we require a shell scripting for that? I don't require it, right?
Okay.
So if you see that Jenkins perspective, if you see that DevOps interviews, I don't think so you will find any of these things like regular expressions.
Okay.
Any idea regarding PMP and Zero Master? What are those difference between Zero Master and
Sorry, what are the tools, sir? What is the tools, sir?
other person? Just PMP, some PMP question you have like any idea?
Can you ping in the chat? I was unable to understand.
Okay.
TMB.
PMP.
PMP, that is a project management, sir. Project management practices.
Zero Master and PMP, what is the difference? That one?
No, Scrum Master, PMP, both are two different things. Scrum Master is a kind of, he leads to Agile methodologies. Okay, he'll help you to make it a project to other Agile methodologies. So PMP means to say project management, means to say like how you are project managing things, like what kind of reports, what kind of roles and responsibilities, all those things, like all these designations, what designation to have, like how you are practicing like a project management activities. All
Okay.
those things have to do with the PMP. But Scrum Master is a kind of, he himself, like, Scrum Master himself, like what I can say, rearrange the work, or like restructure the work, or structurize our work, or like, suppose like what activities I have to do. I have to do this activity. And next 3 months, he'll plan you what I have to do in next 3 months and what we are achieving in the next 3 months. He'll, inline your work actually for the next 3 months. And he'll every day he'll connect with you and say like, where are you got any any blocks you have? So like, he'll chop it up, work into the bits and pieces. Say, okay, Shiva, take this task, you have to complete this in next 1 week to 1.5 weeks. He'll chase you and he'll make sure that, okay, now your activity completed, then I can move it to the next stage kind of thing. So that's how, he himself, he inline next 3 months activities, like a kind of PA planning. These all can be happen with Scrum Master only.
Which one is good nowadays?
See, Scrum Master kind of thing, right, sir? Again, see, Scrum Master kind of thing. After, again, Scrum Master thing, like suppose you work on like a 2-3 years on the Scrum Master. Okay, so after that, again, there is no you'll go as a senior Scrum Master. Okay, or you maybe go as Agile coach. That is a dead end. As far as I know, or like after the Agile coach, you won't have much things to say. If it is, again, you have to come into the project management. Again, you have to come into the project management thing. That you have to come into the delivery perspective. If you're already in this delivery kind of thing, that is a good thing actually. So you can directly take it up, things on that. But after the Agile coach, or like if you senior Scrum Master kind of thing, right? I could see the road has been very narrow, and you won't have much opportunities after that.
Oh, okay. So
See, see, I have like I have 10 projects with me. I am a project manager. I have 10 projects with me, and the 10 projects, like I may have a five Agile, 5 Scrum Masters. For the 5 Scrum Masters, I may have like one senior Scrum Master. That's it. Like this, if you have like entire maybe one certain tower kind of thing, or like maybe for every 100 projects, they may have one Agile coach. So that is how it, like after the Agile coach, again you're reporting it to the management. Again, you're reporting to the delivery managers only. So again, no, that is a narrow end. It will again take it to the delivery perspective.
okay, got it. Yeah, thank you.
I'm just taking an EC2 instances with Ubuntu 20. I'm taking T2.medium. So I just saw the chart, but I have like don't have Azure. I have GCP, buddy. I think you can get it from the Shubham. So I took this kind of instance. Now I'll try to install first. I'll try to install Java. First I'll install Docker. Sudo apt update. Sudo apt install -y jdk -11 open jdk -11 jdk. One second, guys. Let it install. Okay, so installed Jenkins. Let me take a Jenkins. Let me install Jenkins. Jenkins in Ubuntu. Meanwhile, I'll install Docker as well. Sudo apt install docker.io.
Hi Siva.
Hey,
I
hi.
am late today. I am sorry, I'm late today. So what we are studying today? What is our topic today?
You missed the picture of group picture, buddy. So we are
Okay.
taking Jenkins, Docker, all those things with a pipeline. Okay,
Okay.
so we will configure Docker with the pipeline. We'll configure Ansible with the pipeline. We will configure those things with the pipeline. So this is how we know you'll do that same kind of activities actually.
Okay.
So Docker has
Also, we
been.
have few Kubernetes topics were pending. If you remember,
Is it
secrets and all
okay?
those. So
Oh.
in second app, we can, if possible, we can work.
Okay. Let's see. Well, I'll tell you theoretically how you have to add secrets, how you have to add like config maps. Everything is a kind of files only. Did I share the configuration files of Kubernetes? Let me see. Qubit. This for Nginx. So did I share this file with you guys? So here, right,
No.
each and every of the configuration file, I take it up. So what are the secret services like simple PV, so like a front end kind of thing, like a deployments, like I created a kind of plenty of YAML files for you, and here also like a CKAD, like if you guys are plan for the CKAD, a kind of some YAML sources to for the CKAD development activities. So that is also I have updated. I'll share you with these things. This is K8 is instead of that what I have. Okay. I think this is a jar. Let me share you this thing now. So I'll take just off the screen for some time. Let me share the file with you. Did I give resumes, right? I hope I gave resumes to you.
Yes. Yes, you are.
I might share like problem statements of Kubernetes also, right?
Let me check.
Let me see. So here a lot of for each and every of those things I have like a kind of YAML has been created. So it will be helpful to for the syntax kind of things that you can have it here. Okay. And also I'll share like it has hands-on monitoring kind of things it has. And if you want to have like a kind of specific things like, oh, give me a minute, give me this, give me this. I'm just sharing this thing.
Kubernetes problem statement, yes, you have shared those things.
Okay, perfect.
Your screen is not shared now.
No, I'm just sharing. It's uploading in WhatsApp, so I just.
Yes, yes, okay, no issue.
I hope I shared AMS with you guys. Yep, I remember I shared AMS with you. It's simple, just a simple shell scripting I can share with you if you want, like folder. I already share you like this thing, shell scripting perspective as well. Okay. Yep, anyway, I'll give you some theoretical kind of thing and perspective of those things. Okay. So I have to use this Jenkins admin passwords.
Password in virtual
Yeah.
machine? How to
No,
check?
Jenkins.
Yes, yes, Jenkins basically where is the store is the password?
Yeah, where you install Jenkins, buddy?
Just like a VC machine.
Yeah, it will be stored in specific of this location.
Okay.
So where you install Jenkins, it give you the path where your installation has happened, right? It gave you the path from there only. So now I install in Linux machine. It is admin password. I get it from there.
How to check a path in?
Here they gave
virtual
me.
machine?
Here they gave, right. Already they gave
Yes.
this path. The file
Yes,
is
yes,
on there,
but
sir.
which command is execute in the Unix?
Just VI.
VI. Okay, okay.
I just open VI as an editor. So see that quite both anything is a quite same for installation, but I took this, like command installing Jenkins here. I just took it from the Jenkins website. So it's pretty simple. Like whatever I have here, I took that and I installed the Jenkins.
Okay. Command all these
Yes, the same. I just copied here and I gave and this thing. I copied and I entered all the commands.
Okay.
Okay, let it go. So let me open this server. Maybe I'll recap you like on Kubernetes kind of thing what we have done. Okay, in Kubernetes we created pods. We created pods and also we created where is this thing? Okay, we created pods and we created deployments. In deployments also we created deployment strategies as a rolling update, recreate, blue green kind of things, and also we created services. In services also we have like a cluster IP, node port, and load balancer. The services also we created. And after that, I think that is the one thing, last thing we created, services. Am I right? Yeah, node ports we created. I think, okay. So after that, three is after that, three are the three different activities you have to remember. I think, okay. So first one is volumes. Okay, so volumes like here, right? Like we have a different types of volumes. Okay, one is volume. You remember Docker? We write Docker volume, right? Similarly, you here in Kubernetes also. In Kubernetes also, you will have a volumes. So it is also same like a same kind of Docker volumes. Here also you're attaching this volumes, but there how you giving as a mount path. Here also in the Kubernetes also, you are assigning that, mount, you're doing the mounting of that volume to your deployments. So that, that when you do that, you have to write a deployment configuration as we, let me go here. So here you're writing as this is the deployment configs. In the deployment configs, here before template, before the node template, here you can write what I can see like mount. And what you want to mount, like you want to mount a volume. So you have to write that volume details here. Okay, you have to write some that volume. You have to write some volume details here. Okay, then what it will do? What are the container? What are the pods created under this deployment? What are the pods created under this deployment will have access to this particular volumes actually. Okay, so like volumes, you have files and all things. Like you directly deal with the files in the volumes perspective. But if you want to share some kind of config maps, as you want to share some environmental variables, when you want to share some kind of a secret variables, all those things you can do with either with the config maps or secrets. So both are a kind of data only. It's very simple key value pair kind of things, like what is a key and what is a value. In the key perspective, if you say like if there is a requirement to be connected to the database server in Kubernetes. So now, previously you required to write in the code what is the database URL and what is the username and what is the password. You have to write inside of that code. So that is all coming as a vulnerability. So where Kubernetes comes up with a concepts as config maps and secrets. Okay, in config maps, you write every of the key value per comment. You write every of the key values and all. Okay. So what you write in that specific key value, say suppose Oracle database URL, your key and URL value, you write that. Okay, and that is, and then username, you write database db underscore username, you write the username. But your password is not like, you cannot expose it as a config maps. You have to write the passwords in secrets where it has a encrypted kind of thing. Okay, it is encrypted kind of thing. When you like now in the config maps, I have username and I have URL. In secrets, I have password. Now here, like how you're attaching the volumes, how you're adding as how you're mounting the volumes in the same place, you have to you have to mount your config maps as well. You have to mount your config maps as well. See, suppose I have a config map called data. I have a config map called suppose Oracle. I can say mount like this thing. I can config map. I can say I can add like this thing. I can add a config map as Oracle. So similarly, I can add secrets. Similarly, I can add. So whatever those your mounting thing, like, either in config maps, either secrets, either like volumes, all are you are mounting it to your deployment configs. Okay, remember, all are we are mounting it to the deployment configs. Okay, they like, there is a kind of a question. I mounted this config map here, buddy, and I mounted this config map, and later on, like, what happened? I created a pods. Now my pods are utilizing this thing, but I require to change my config maps. I require to change the value in config maps. Will it be reflected in my containers? Will it be reflected in my containers? So in previous kind of, in olden days, like before coming on the Kubernetes 1. Before the 1 version, it cannot do that. Again, you have to redeploy. Even if you change in the config maps, you have to redeploy. Even if you change something in your secrets, also you have to redeploy. And even if you if in any case of that, you have to change that. But now these things is you're not required to change anything. It automatically take that as a runtime kind of things. Like, okay, now latest versions like 1.12 on 1.1 onwards, you're not required to restart, or they're not required to redeploy. Automatically Kubernetes will fetch like latest changes in the config maps. Okay, suppose
Who is responsible for this automatic upgradation?
no,
Because
it will take like, you mean to say Kubernetes upgradation you're asking?
yes, something, any parameter we change here. You are
Hmm.
telling that nowadays it will.
Kubernetes, no, Kubernetes will take care of that one. You're not, that's what I'm saying. Kubernetes itself, cluster itself will take care of that. You're not required to worry on that one.
From which version, or is there something like that? Because I was when I was working in Kubernetes, so I have to redeploy every time I made some changes in charts.
I know charts is again different, buddy. This is just config maps. If you're required to do the charts, you have to redeploy, because that charts is you have to take it from that only, right?
Okay.
So charts, you're doing it like see, when when there is a changes applied on your container thing, like in prospect of like your changes applied on this thing. So config maps again is a different, that is a different concept. Okay. Okay, so that is a different concept. Now here you're not required to worry on that one. Like in the latest versions of 1.1 onwards only, this thing previously have to, even config maps also changes, you have to redeploy. Okay. So that's how you're mounting this config maps and secrets to your deployments, and your deployments. And now the same thing, like, okay, buddy, I'm deploying in a config maps, I'm writing db_user and db_url, but how these things will be taken inside of your code. Now here you are working with the developers, and you go, your developers say, hey Shiva, like I have some environmental variables, I want to pass this thing like with the config maps, like I want to pass these things to this kind of in environmental variables. So can I do that with the can I do with the config maps? Or you can say like, hey buddy, do you have any config, do you have anything? So in Kubernetes I have like config maps option, so there you can utilize this as a kind of environmental variables. Now they're using like $db_user. That time this will be the container will be getting as these values, like which are the config map values. Will they, instead of providing directly hard coded username, they can use star, like a dollar symbol and db_user. That value will become as a like say what do you call runtime variable. It comes as a runtime variable. That value will be automatically run by value. It will automatically get fetch the environmental variable for that DB user. That value which is in config maps will be run here. In the case if you're not able to mount, if you're not mounted your config maps, then it won't take any environmental variable. It failed there. Okay, so like this, you can many of the things you can forward it these things. And why I have to do that? I can hard code it. What is the problem in that? Okay, I'll tell you one simple use case here. In DB server, I have a different URL in my DB. I have a different URL in my dev server, and SIT server I have different URL. In the production I have different URL. So for every time I require to change the code, like suppose if I'm my code is in dev server, I can use like my DB server, like an Oracle server. Okay, like I'm using dev Oracle server, and now my code is in SIT. Again, I have to do the changes where it is pointed to my DB server in SIT, right? So if I use a different kind of config maps, there, like if I created a Kubernetes, if I use Kubernetes in my dev environment, I can use the config map for that. I can, I'm not required to change the code. Okay, instead of changing the code, if you're changing in the config maps, it's easy kind of thing. Like, okay, you can maintain 4 config maps, or like if you have a one cluster, if you have like 3-4 clusters to say dev cluster 1 and dev SIT cluster 1 and UAT cluster, here you're maintaining the config maps. Even when there is this changes of URL, when there is a these kind of things, you can easily handle that in with config maps. Config maps. So something like these are all you can easily maintain in the config maps. So like, how look like config maps? If you see the config maps, it will be very much look like these things. So see here, it comes as a data name equal to Shiva, URL equal to DB URL, and username equal to, like if you say DB underscore user equal to username admin, I can write like these things. It comes like this thing, like you're writing it as very key value per combination kind of things. That's what you call config maps. Okay. Any questions here? One second.
Hello, Siva. Hello. Hi, Siva.
Yes, sir.
Siva, when I creating a free style, then we are using that, then the git.exe missing file errors. I am facing a lot of time.
Is it git.exe? Do you applying git.exe? So because
No, I'm
now
not
like
applying. You automatically synchronize, I think.
just ping me when you have that, ping me that error. Ping me that error. I'll
Okay.
verify that. Okay.
Okay.
1 second. So now we are creating like a Jenkins file. So this is a quite a common thing. Before going on, we require to update our Java, like we require to update our these things. What I can say, like you have to go to the manage Jenkins. You require to go to the manage Jenkins, and you have to require to update the global tool configuration. Just updated Java underscore home. Getting Okay, no worries. Let me take here. So now what I'm doing here, I'm using I think sudo apt install. Where is this Java? I'm installing Maven. Save this all.
It's not required to install a Git.
No,
because-
Git comes as a default. That's what I told, right?
Okay, okay, okay.
So I just installed again. I'm going on the managed plugins. I'll try to install Docker. Okay, let it run meanwhile. Okay, so now I have installed Docker. Like, let me update the Docker. So for the Docker, I can use Docker -version. So I have Docker is like a now I can use, where is Docker? Okay, I can use user bin Docker. Can I go to the global tool configuration? How I added Java and I have added Maven. So now I'm going on the Docker. Here I'm list of the Docker installations in the system. I'm using here as a Docker. So this is my Docker. It's not dark directory. Let me take, I think user share. Docker Jenkins business Docker is not a directory on the Jenkins controller.
Docker is installed by the use of Jenkins, right? You cannot install just like a Ubuntu.
Now I've installed both Jenkins and Docker, all those in one instance.
Okay. Every place is required to install, right?
Which one?
Everywhere we required to install, just like a Ubuntu is required to install and Jenkins is separately installed, right?
Yeah, you can take it up anything, like either you can take it up either different instances or you can take it up all or in one instances kind of thing also.
Okay.
Okay, now I have Docker is also installed kind of thing. Now let me go to this pipelines, like which I have tried to create a pipeline. This is my pipe. Now what extra thing I have added? I've added as a pipeline as a Docker. So now I gave the path of the Docker. So but now what we usually do in the Docker? What are the activities we done with the Docker?
With the help of just like a image creation containers, we can
Containers.
create an image and store in the containers.
Okay, so we are creating like we are creating a custom image. We are creating
Yes,
custom
yes.
image by using Docker file. Okay,
Yes, yes.
so first thing also we do the same. I'm going on the config here. Like let me open Paxkart pipeline. Okay. I'm taking this repository as my repository. So here I have Jenkins file. Okay. I have separate Jenkins file for the Docker. So here what I've done, let me show you. Checkout, I'm not doing anything checkout. I just gave this thing, build Maven clean install. So we already know this thing, but stage 3, stage 4, I gave like just, stage 6 kind of things. But Terraform, I'm just commented the code. And, now I'm taking build image. I'm asking build image and I'm using Docker build -t 2008. This is my repository, and this is my repository. Like I'm just giving the name as Shiva 2008 Jenkins _ Docker, and here I'm giving a Docker file. So I require to have a Docker file here. So this is my Docker file. Okay. First, I'm going on this Docker file, the same Docker file, whatever we have. Ubuntu Zimi apt update, install JDK, and coming up this Tomcat, and copying the Tomcat, expose 8080, just running the Tomcat. We're not doing anything. We're simply running a Tomcat. So by this thing, it will be created a kind of Docker file. It will be created a Docker file. Let me check like our Docker file. Does it have any changes? Sometimes it will impact me. Sometimes it may like your what you have, this Tomcat version will be upgraded. Okay, 1.1.8, perfect. Okay, so now what we are trying to do, we are trying to build a Docker custom image. We're trying to build a Docker custom image from the Jenkins. We are running the same command from Jenkins. Okay, we are running same command from Jenkins. Okay, after that Jenkins, it is creating a custom image. Here in this step, it is trying to build this custom image. Okay, trying to build the custom image. That's good. And after that, once we created the custom image, we are pushing that to the GitHub. Okay, we are pushing that to the GitHub. For the GitHub, what I have to do, GitHub, I have to log in, right? If I require to push that into the GitHub, I have to authenticate myself.
Just like Siva, go back. I am asking some questions. Just like a Docker build -t, the GVSIVA 2008. This is a I think a Docker Hub repository name, right?
Yes, exactly. That's a perfect answer. So that's a that's a Docker Hub repository.
But image name is not available here, right?
No, that is the image name, but image name itself, I'm giving Docker Hub repository.
Okay.
Here, image name itself, I'm giving that.
Okay. Okay.
Image name itself, I'm giving that. And then, like while pushing to the Docker Hub, I have to use the credentials. I have to use Docker Hub credentials. Now, how can I forward the Docker Hub credentials? If I'm going on these things, I have to go to the Manage Jenkins. I have to go to the credentials. I have to go to the credentials. I have to update my Docker Hub credentials here. So here it is username and password. Username, I'm giving GV Shiva 2008.
It's a Docker Hub username, right?
Yes, Docker Hub username.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, GV Shiva 2008 is my this thing.
Yes.
And I'm giving my password of this thing. And here is the ID I have to provide. And what is the ID I have to here? And I gave a kind of credentials ID as Docker Hub. I just gave the name as Docker Hub.
The
And I
Docker,
create-
either ID is the image ID or Docker
No,
Hub
no, no.
ID?
Just for the credentials, I'm just using a ID. That's it.
Okay, okay. It's you can put anything, right?
Yeah, you can put anything. It's up to you. Like you're just creating. How you remember you use username and password? How you remember that it's a Docker Hub
Yes, yes.
username and password?
It's access denied permission. Then you can go to login, Docker login.
No, no, no. Here I'm saving username and password, right? What
Yes,
username
yes.
and password I'm storing? How can I remember that?
Okay, okay,
I'm using Docker Hub username password. That is the idea I've given here.
okay.
I just created the credentials, credentials ID for the credentials. I just gave ID as a Docker Hub.
Okay. For
Okay.
the basically this is the identifications where I am storing the user ID and password.
User ID password of Docker.
Yes. Docker user ID password. We can provide the specific name, just like we can say ID Docker Hub, right? For the identification, right?
Yeah, for identification, I gave that one.
Yes.
Okay. Now I have like username password of the Docker Hub. So I in the same Jenkins, I'm using with the credentials, username, password, credential ID is Docker Hub, and password value Docker Hub password, and username is Docker Hub username. Okay, I gave that username and password kind of things now. And then asking Docker login -u username -p password available to log into the password. And now I'm using Docker push GVShiva 2008 Jenkins Docker container with the latest thing. So I'm able to log in this thing. Now what
Just
I'll
like
do,
Shiva, just like with the credential, just like you can put it out. Go back below the Docker Hub password. This is the actual password you putting here or not?
no, I'm not putting that. I'm taking this as a ENV environmental variable. I already created username and password over here, right? With the credentials.
Okay, 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 okay. Got it.
Credentials I created, and I'm passing these credentials as to these things. Okay. This is a username variable. I'm using Docker Hub pass user. Here you can see this is a Docker Hub user. Here in that also I'm using -u mean to say env.docker hub user. Can you able to see here, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
That is the environmental variable. Our credentials I'm taking into the environmental variable, and I am using like login by using the environmental variable. Okay.
Okay.
So here the problem is, hope you remember this thing we have like what you have socket error, right?
Yes.
So again, it will throw the socket error. Like you have to edit this permission for that. Let me do that. So now I have to go to this instance here. I'm using sudo user mod -a capital G. This
Yes, A capital G @ user capital user.
No, Docker and
Docker @ capital user.
so this will be take the current user.
Yes, yes.
But now I'm going on the Jenkins.
Okay.
Now the user is Jenkins. Now I have to do sudo reboot. Just rebooted the instance. It again, it will go so all those things. Okay, let it do that. So meanwhile, I'll explain like here, the same thing. Now I'm using Docker push commands here. And I didn't create container here. Okay, I'm not created container here. If required, I have to write one more stage to create a container on that. So like this, you're writing multiple stages. So see now, here, like you're writing build image, pushing to Docker Hub and pushing like a creating container. Like this, you're creating multiple stages is what your response in your Jenkins file. Okay, you're creating these things inside of your this thing is what they call your responsibilities in Docker file or like in Jenkins file in your Jenkins. These are all the kind of activities you have to do.
Just like a Siva, just like you can create a Jenkins underscore Docker. The name should be a
Yeah, you
same,
can. No, I didn't get your question. What the question?
just like a Jenkins underscore Docker. This name is essential. The same name you can use anywhere in the project. Name should be same.
No,
Just
no.
like a
That is the name
Docker.
that is the name I gave it myself, not something like Jenkins file underscore Docker that I just gave for my purpose, not something
Okay.
like this thing.
So how to
See here,
identify Jenkins? How to identify this name is contain each and everything.
that I'm right. I'll provide like into the Jenkins, like this is the name you have to use. See in the Docker file, if I go to the config here, okay. Now what I'm doing here, I'm going here in the pipeline script. I have to use git SCM. The git
Okay.
SCM I have to use. This is the code. This is the code I'm taking. I'm
Okay.
using here that as this thing. Here I'm using this source as git. Here I'm using the repository
Yes.
and credentials. For the git credentials, I'm not using any of the credentials. But here for the main, I'm using main branch.
Yes, just like I'm asking, just like a
Here,
Jenkins
right?
underscore Docker
Here
file.
I have to give the script path. So where from which file it has to take this code. So now
Okay.
here I have to give this Jenkins Docker. Okay.
Okay. Okay. I understand.
Now here you have to give Jenkins file underscore Docker. Just save this thing. Now you can do the build now. If you do the build now, it will take all those activities. Let me see the console output here. It's going on all, it's doing this, build kind of thing, like it is updating the Maven life cycles, all those things it updating.
What about that socket error you talked about, Shiva?
I fixed that now. I added that, right? I've added
Oh,
that and I rebooted that, right?
I kind of missed that.
Okay, so I just took that this thing. Even now, my Jenkins file is also ready. Now my Docker build is also running.
Docker file is running, right?
Yes, Docker file is running now. Yeah, give me a minute, guys. Let it complete.
Siva, please share this repository. I will try to do this.
So now it was able to push that image and it was able to see like here it is happening and it was able to create a tag and Docker login is also works and it was able to push that image. Now let me go to the Docker file here. And what is the Docker path I gave here? So docker.io, this is my path here. Docker.io, GVShiva 2008, Jenkins _ Docker. So here, if I see here, yeah. Let me refresh. So here you can see this updated 2 minutes ago by using GVShiva 2008, Jenkins.Docker. This is the repository I have. And here I have only like, so this is the image I have. I even because I don't have any other tags overview. So if I give the tags here, I can see the latest tag updated, pushed by the 3 minutes ago by GVShiva 2008, and this is this thing. Okay, so like this is size of this compressor size is 310, and this is the image I have, and even one pull is happened on here. Okay, if you want, you can pull this. You can pull this thing into your local. That is also you can do. Now like this, you can create a container also. You can write a stage for the creating container. You know how you can create a container for that one on the top of that.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, Shiva.
So now you can add one more stage to create a container as well. Okay, so like this, you can integrate your like any of the things into your Docker kind of thing. Okay, now you integrated Docker. This is how you can integrate an Ansible. Like, let me go to the Ansible. Let me install the Ansible. I'll go to the plugins. Go to the available plugins. Okay, now it is created Ansible. Again, I'm going to the manage Jenkins. The manage Jenkins, I may global tool configuration. I may have Ansible here. Now, if I install Ansible here, now here I have to execute executable path of Ansible, and I have to write that Ansible path here. Okay, after writing this executable path, now now I don't have Ansible server, so I'm not writing this thing. I just shown you how you have to write your Ansible and this thing. So concept is the same. Go to the plugins, install the plugins, go to the tool configuration, update your path and location of that particular thing. That is a life cycle you have to do for every of the new tool integration. Okay, so now if I go to this pipeline only, if I go to this pipeline, if I go to this configure here, if I go to this configure here, if I go to here, there is a specific pipeline syntax. There is an option called pipeline syntax. If I click here, see here, after I adding, this is what you call a snippet generator. That don't know like in a Docker, right? But this Docker I gave this and all set up, like the credentials have given this thing. I don't know how to add that credential. This step I don't know how to do that. So once you go here with your pipelines snippet, here you have like a simple steps you can write it for your Ansible tool. See, it says like here you have options like Ansible Vault, archive artifacts, like Windows Bash Shop, build a job. Like you have like plenty of options for the writing this example code to say. So I say Ansible playbook, invoke a Ansible playbook. So you can take this thing. Ansible tool. If you have an Ansible tool, you have to have. And playbook file path. Where is your playbook file path and where you written the playbook path? Inventory file path for your workspace. You know where is what is inventory in your Ansible? What is inventory?
Inventory is basically we can store any host file or anything. We can everything is mentioned by
Exactly.
inventory.
Yes, now you have to give that inventory file path here and SSH credentials to this thing. You have to use your SSH public key and private key. You have public and private key, right? Yesterday we created a public key and by using SSH ID we transferred that. Same thing now here we have to add SSH credentials, and after that you can just save this thing. Become root, you become user. You can have a sudo username. You have like host subnet if anything you have. You can add all those things and you can generate a pipeline snippet here. So here it gave you what all the things you have. It gave you automatically what you're trying to achieve, like what kind of a stage you're writing. Suppose you don't know like how that Ansible can be integrated with these things. Now you can write these things. You don't know how to integrate Docker with your Jenkins. You can go to the pipeline syntax and you can use a snippet generator. With this help of the snippet generator, you can get it up that particular syntax. Okay, so this is for Ansible playbook. If you're going on the some other thing, see here Docker node, you can have this thing, email text extension email ID. You don't know how to write an extension email ID. Click this thing. So it's say like to whom, to say GV Shiva 2008 at the rate of gmail.com. Okay, I can write it up this thing. Recipient providers, you have to write there is build user, developer, whoever, upstream committer, whatever. Like I use a build user. Okay, now you can add a build user who is the contrib. You can write as you can write it up that who is a build user. You can write all these things. And subject, I can say Jenkins. Jenkins mail body as the same. So I can write Jenkins mail. Now if I use generate pipeline script here, see here it gave me like what is the syntax I have to use in this thing, email extension body. This thing I have to write in one particular stage for email extension. That's it. That much simple it is.
What is the purpose of this?
If you don't know how to like you're writing the stages, right?
Yes, yes.
You don't know how to write that particular stage. You don't know how to write a like email
Just like an
extension
internal
stage.
structures, how to
Yes,
implement
it will help you to create a script for your for your pipelines.
Okay.
So this is the one this is the one which we are going to use for your while you're writing the stages. This is the one you're going to utilize for your pipeline and syntaxes. So you want to integrate Kubernetes, you can go to that like okay, you can go to here. Even let me show you for the Kubernetes also you can do the same. Go to this thing, go to the manage Jenkins, and like go to the available plugins. Use Kubernetes. Yes. Install without restart. Now we restart the Kubernetes here. Now we know with what are the pipeline syntaxes I have, I don't have Kubernetes over there. Once after I install the plugin only, it will give you this that syntax. If you not have the plugin and if you want to not have that thing, you cannot get that one. So now go to the global tool configuration. So see here you have Mav and you have this thing, but you don't have a Kubernetes credentials here. Can you see why you not have a Kubernetes tool configuration? Because you cannot directly integrate Kubernetes like this thing. Okay, you cannot do the Kubernetes integration like this thing. Okay, so you won't again have a Kubernetes like that. You have to go to this again. Like if I go to the dashboard, if I'm going to the same perspective, let me go here, pipeline syntax. In this pipeline syntax, now I may have like for the Kubernetes. Okay, see here now extension git JUnit library mail properties. Why Kubernetes not comes, whether it is installed properly. Credential insect. Stays. Kubernetes plugin install it interact with the Jenkins with this thing. Git. Kubernetes stays. Okay, these are the
Just like a
tips.
container log, get container log from Kubernetes.
Is there something?
Yes, container logs. Yes. Below. Yes.
Nah, this is not something.
Yes,
This is logged on the
I think
Kubernetes.
this is a log part.
But it's not something like this thing. It will have like Kubernetes different information. That it seems like they're in a deprecated stage. That is very bad to say. And to say that issue deprecated mean to say some issue with that Kubernetes plugin. See here, pod template, define a pod template using the Kubernetes plugin. Okay, it's similar like you'll have a deployment template as well. But they should not be in this thing. But here they gave pod template. Like this, you will have a deployment template as well. Spend a string container. So this is the pod template they give. So if you require to cloud to use any, you can write this pod templates to write any of those things. Name, namespace, label, all those things. You can write pod template, container, envs, volumes. You can write all those things. You can generate a pipeline script for that. So it comes as a pod template, this thing. But similarly, you have to get like a deployment template. This pod template only you're configuring into your deployment kind of things. I don't know why it is not coming for the deployments. I can able to see pod template, but similarly, it required to get the
Kubeconfig setup Kubernetes
okay,
CLI.
kubeconfig. Yes.
Yes.
No, this is only for the kubeconfig. 1 second. This is a Kubernetes connection kind of thing.
Okay.
I'll show you like a kubeconfig, but this is not the way you do it. I'll show you that. Let me see any other these things. Since some of other has been deprecated, like you have like a deployment template and some kubeconfig.
It's just set up Kubernetes CLI.
No, not Kubernetes CLI. It will have a kind of deployment command template. So that is the one it required to do, but it's not
Okay.
generating it from there. Like
Not available here.
I have to. So similar, like, how you creating the pod template, the same deployment template you have to generate it from here. This is, if you don't know how to use, like, how to create that particular stage, you can come here in the pipeline syntax and you can integrate that, and you can go and you can write that, and the same thing you're going to implement into your pipelines. It's a kind of, troubleshooting for you. Like if any use cases you want to have, this is how you can, survive kind of thing. So if you don't know anything, go here, go to the pipeline syntax, configure that and get that one. And you can utilize that. You can copy that and paste inside of your pipeline. That will create one more stage for you. This is how you can, you can utilize, you can use this kind of a concept whenever you want, like integrating in new tools. Even simple Terraform also, you can write a Terraform here, like a Terraform path, you have to set it up. That, Terraform path you have to add, and you can use Terraform apply, Terraform kind of things also in one kind of particular stage. That is also you can do. So you can just simple, like you can go. So you have to write like the things, right? Like everything you have to write like kind of in terms of the tool plugin, then tool configuration, and write into the pipeline syntax. This is of your job actually. But this is all one time. Now, if you created Ansible, not required to do setup for every day kind of thing. So once it's done setup, like pipeline has been created, now application team can start utilizing these pipelines kind of thing. Okay. Even the credentials also will be changes. If you go to the manage credentials after installing the Kubernetes, here you have credentials, right?
Yes.
These credentials also will be changes. We'll get like kubeconfig credentials. The OpenShift username and passwords, like SSH username and password, GitHub passwords, username passwords. Like, it will get you like more on more things. Like when you added when you added more tools and more plugins, it will also, like, this new credential session will automatically increase those things. Plugins, go to the manage plugins. I have a Kubernetes plugin in my local, I think, like long back I've installed that one. Let me go to that plugin. Okay, let me install that. Okay, just deploy plugin here. I'm choosing the location. Choose location. I might have like some kind of plugin for this thing. Downloads. Yeah, Kubernetes -cd. Kubernetes CD. It works on Azure Common Preparations actually. So you have to check the right plugin, and that plugin required to be configured. With that plugins only, you're doing configurations with your pipelines, and you're running pipelines. This is what you do in day-to-day activities. If you're a DevOps engineer, these are the activities you do in day-to-day activity. Now this will be triggered as a kind of new deployment kind of thing in your Kubernetes, where you're going to utilize that as it will be created a part. So now you have to manage the parts, all those things. Like if I go to the manage Jenkins here, if I go to this credentials here, if I add a credential, it gave me some different. See here, Kubernetes configurations. It is comes.
Yes.
So now if I if I added this kubeconfig, it says like a scope. It says just ID, and it says like a kubeconfig file path. See here, kubeconfig enter directly from a file from Jenkins master, from file from the Kubernetes master node. You have to write something, and you can if you add here, it will ask you to write that kubeconfig files. This is also one way, like, by adding more plugins, it will change you. See here, it says like some kind of issues. So the following install plugins are deprecated. This plugin is not working anymore. You have to remove that plugin. And that is also raises security concern for us. Kubernetes contains plugin 1.0. It is like, CS of vulnerability and missing permission check allow capturing credentials. It is like which I have. That is the reason maybe like they deprecated some kind of plugins for the Kubernetes kind of thing. Okay. So some of the plugins they have deprecated. Now we have to remove those things. See here they mentioned that this plugin has like deprecated. That means to say it is obsolete, no longer being developed or no longer being worked. So you have to remove. Like this is how you will get security violations errors. You can see like enough other violations. If you have anything, you have to remove that plugins. See this Azure account plugin is also deprecated. Like this, you can see any other plugins as have issue. You have to remove that plugins because you're maintaining a hygienic environment, right? Say this is also kind of okay. This uninstall is pending. Let me go to this plugin manager. And if I go to this, this advanced settings. I'll share you this particular. It's already there in this thing.
Yes, you can share.
And also here you have like a few other things as well. If you go to the same this repository, you have other things as well. So you have like Tomcat, Jenkins, and Sonar projects like this. You have plenty of things, and also you can see here a lot of repositories you have here. You can see these things like Tomcat, Jenkins, all those things. Where is this thing? Okay. You can have these things. Even I'll share like some kind of a packages. I log in with the different user. That's the reason I cannot able to see this thing. I log in with this user. So here, right, just go through this user. Even I have a plan to update like some kind of other a kind of pipeline, one kind of different types of pipelines here, and a kind of enter one sample project. So for your further processing, you can utilize these things. Okay. Organizations you have here. I have to log in with that repository. Yeah, here is this a node app test. There's also one which I have one kind of you'll have like a lot of deployment tags, deployments, Docker files, plugins, so, like a lot of things with your Kubernetes this thing. Okay, just use this repository for your Kubernetes practices kind of things. A simple project for your Kubernetes. Okay. It's a Node.js application, not a Maven, not this thing. It's a this things Kubernetes application. I have like a lot of Jenkins for runner. Yeah, here is also kind of web application, like similarly how you have how you have these things, right? Like deployment instructions, Maven, right? Here also you can have like different types of these things. These are pipelines, Ansible.ml, deployment.ml, Jenkins file, and Docker file. There are a similar kind of web applications. Here also I have different types of projects. Here I have, you can utilize, go with this repository. Okay, here you have plenty of just go to this repository. Here you have plenty of options for these things. Okay, here you have for the Kubernetes, you have a Jenkins, you have different type of things. SonarQube, you have some different projects. You have like you have plenty of other things here in this particular group. You can go. It might be help you for in the future for practice purpose. You can utilize any of these things. Okay.
Okay.
So this is how you can integrate your pipelines with you any of the tool, whatever your learning tool, you can integrate it with your these things. This is what you will have. Like Jenkins is one thing, like you have to practice a lot on the Jenkins, and this is how we can integrate any number of tools with your Jenkins. Any questions here?
Or need to practice these things.
Yep, you have to practice Jenkins very much. So on that day we discussed about Jenkins, small things. Today now we discuss like most of the things related to the pipelines. Like in a kind of advanced options, how you can do that. These are all this is a way you can do integrate Jenkins as these things. These are we have to practice a lot on the Jenkins. Okay.
Yes, yes.
So we'll take a short break. Anyway, it is about to 9:50. We'll take a short break and we will join back in 15 minutes. We'll finish up dinner and we will go further on like AWS DevOps.
No.
Hey guys, I'm back. So okay, this is good. So like I hope how many you are attended like AWS session. So maybe sure like after this session you will attend that AWS session and you learn a lot of things on AWS things. But here now we are going to learn about AWS DevOps. We are going to learn about AWS DevOps. So what is this AWS DevOps? So what is this AWS DevOps? So mean to say, like now as a DevOps, we could see like we are going on a lot of tools, we practice it, right? So now AWS has been integrated or to say like, copied and replicated the similar tools inside of them. And they publish it that as AWS services that they call it as a development tools for the AWS. And they come up with a kind of a service like we are going on the open sources like Jenkins is open source, Git is open source, and Maven is also open source. Maven is a build tool is open source, and you have like Kubernetes open sources. So whatever the market trending open sources, they are trying to rebuild that with their AWS and telling that, but that are the open source. But similar concept we created here, but with a security way. But AWS is providing like services. Like AWS, they say is we have also have a similar kind of services. Okay, that's how they're able to manage producing a lot of hundreds of services for every year. How? Because like they go to the market and they say like what kind of services they're like acquire they're good with market. So simple Jenkins. Okay, Jenkins is there. Now how can I integrate Jenkins with my AWS? Now they're saying like, okay, they're not taking 100% of Jenkins, they're taking huge part of Jenkins and created a code pipeline. That's one of the service. Like this, they're creating what are the best they have in the market, and they're creating it as a kind of services. It is a cheating, but still they're able to manage that because it's open source. Anyone can do anything. Like it's not something I take like see how you have Linux and Unix, right? Linux and Unix. So have you ever know like which is the oldest one, Linux or Unix?
Linux.
No, Unix is the first one. They modified Unix as a Linux actually. Okay, so how, because of that is open source, but you never see like a similar kind of Windows as other, right? So Windows is the only Windows. You don't have any other similar like Windows. But for the Linux, you have Linux, RHL, Debian, Ubuntu, blah blah blah, many things. Why it is the open source. Like you have a source code, you have like a availability. You're taking that and modifying that, and you're publishing that. So if it went on the market and it was good, very good, like you're getting reputation. Or else is going into the dark. Similarly, here also they are deploying like such kind of service like a DevOps services. These guys are integrating such services here with the DevOps. So what kind of services we have here? If you see that they call it as a AWS DevOps, they call it as a developer tools. They call it as developer tools. If you see here, there are some kind of developer tools here. They have source, artifacts, build, deploy, pipeline. So these are the only five tools they have integrated with their AWS DevOps. If someone say, hey, are you good with the, are you worked on any of the AWS DevOps? Can you say 100% yes? So what you worked on? I work on only 5 tools. These are the 5 tools I have here. So I'm going on these 5 tools. Does these tools are different with what we learned till now? That we will gonna see now. Okay, so the first thing is like they call it as a source, but in terms of the DevOps, it's a source. But in terms of the AWS, they call it as a code commit. The service name they mentioned here, it is code commit. You're taking the code and committing the code. That's what in perspective of them, they name that service as a code commit. When I click on the code commit, when I go to the getting started here, it is asking me create a repository. And pricing also they have. So remember, it is each and every service here is a costable service. You have to remember. I'm just going on create repository. I'm just creating a repository. That's it. Repository name, I use Gamocart. As usual, I use Gamocart, this thing. And if any tags, I don't have any tags now. I'm just using create. I just created a repository and I'll get the clone URL here. You can see the clone URL. Clone HTTPS. See here, when I copy here, when I paste it here, there's a clone URL. You get it from the same, like, you get it from the Git. See here, they're also write up git -code commit dot this thing. They write it up. That is also Git services only. But in terms of them, it's a code commit. They replicated the service of Git here. And they say here that these are the repository. Here you can do the code commit. Here you can upload the push. You can upload the files. Like again, I'm going back to the repositories. Here you can upload. This is the one repository you have. You go to this repository. You can upload the files here. Okay, you can upload the files here. So you can have a pull request here. You can do the commits here. You can do like branches here. You can create a branches here. You can create a tags here. You can go to the settings here. You all can do these things. So you know what is a branch. You know what is a commit. You know what is a pull request. You all know that, right? What is a pull request? What is a branch? What is the tags? Like these are all things we already know with us. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me go to the code here. Okay, Gamocart, I'm just adding a file here. I'm going in here, create a file. I'll go this file. Sorry, better I'll do upload a file. Okay. I go here. I'll upload a file here. Then I'll go with the Gamocart only. I'll go with Gamocart. I'm applying source. If I have this thing, I have to upload. If I'm uploading Palm, I can upload Palm. Here I can do the commit changes. It say other name. I say Shiva Prasad. Email address gvshiva2008. And I'm committing the changes. So see here in the Gamocart, in the code commit, now I can able to see the repositories. Now I can able to see files I have here. Here I have files. Now you can see the Gamocart, these things. Either you can take the clone and you copy that, and again you can push that thing. That is everything. It is same. Everything has been possible here. Okay. So Gamocart. In the Gamocart, I have here files. Here I can take a files, upload a file, create a file. I can do upload a file. I can clone your URL. I can create a pull request. I can notify any changes here, create notification rule. And here I can see the branches. Here I have a main branch as of now, and I can create one more branch here. If I go to the branches here, I can create one more branches. So there's not something new. Do you feel anything new here, which you were unable to understand something here?
No, Siva.
So these are all, same thing what you learned inside of the Git. They were able to replicate it, some services from there to Git. Okay, they're able to do that. So even if I require to create a pull request, I'll go to the branch. I'll go to the branch here. I'll create a branch here. Okay, I have a main dot here, and I create a branch here. Branch name, future test branch from main. We know that. Okay, if I go to the Gamocart repository, I have two branches here now. If I see main branch and future test, I have two branches here. I can upload one more file. If I want to have, I can upload one more file. I can choose a file here into this repository. Okay, so now here also it commits, commit the course. It all do those things. Here also you can do the pull request. You can also merge like from one branch to other branch. When I go to the pull request, I can create a pull request here from destination to the future branches from the source main branch. Now I can do the compare. Okay, so I can copy, I can create a pull request here. Title, I can write it up and I can raise a pull request. So you know what is a pull request and how we raise the pull request and how we approve the pull request. All those things we saw in the Git. So here they in Git we understand a lot of things, branching, like like branching concept, merging concept. We saw a lot of things. It is also similar like your GitHub. Your GitHub, like you can have access for the branches, you can access for the pull request, you can access for the code. You have all those things is the same thing. Even you can have approval route template. Here you have approval rule template. You can create a template, say like who can approve, who can create, manage and delete approval in the templates. You can create a template here. That is the approval rule template name, description, number of approvals required. Do you remember this? Where we added this number of approvals required, all those things? Where we added that in the Git repository, and one specific functionality we added these things. In branch production rule, in Git, in branch production rule, we are updating this thing. How many, like approval rule template, similar approval rule template, we are doing the changes in branch template, branch production rules in Git. Okay, let me show you again. See here, this is a branch production rule. We updated here as branch production. This thing, if I say main and require a pull request before merging, here see how many required number of approvals before merging. Here I write it as 1. Here also same thing, like number of approvals needed as 1. I can write the same. So the same services they created here, that they change the name as approval rule template. Here you have branch production rule. You can see here new branch production rules. Here you can see this thing. Okay, so this is what you have over there in the code commit. So it is all kind of the same thing. But anyway, I uploaded a file here. I can do I just updated the file here, and I have a repository and all those things I created. Now here I have repository. I have one repository in the source commit. Let it be Gamocart. Okay. So now next thing I'm going on artifacts. What is artifacts, buddy? Even yesterday, like yesterday's session also I told about artifacts.
Where our final image are kept.
Not image. It is a package.
Package, yes.
Okay, it's not this thing. So now create AWS code artifact repository. Start with AWS code artifact by creating your own first repository to securely store, publish, and share the software packages. You can able to see the software packages. That's what they do here. Like now I'm creating a repository. So first 2 GB stored across all region is free. After that, it is very tough. So now I'm going on this repository. The repository name I'm giving Gamocart only. The repository description is fine. And public upstream repository is optional. Okay, code artifact public upstream repositories are intimate repositories that you can connect. So from where you have to take it up, any of the public repository you can take. You can just ignore that as optional thing and just saving this next. On this AWS account, yes. So it says no domain in this account. You have to create a domain here. And the domain name I'm saying it is Starazl. Okay, domain URL has been created. Now additional KMS keys, all those things you're required to create. So repository has been created. Now I'm creating this thing and I'm creating a repository. Okay, now successfully I created repository here at the package. So here in this package, no package to display. Start by configuring your local package manager to see the packages in this table. So you can see view connection instructions. You can connect it to your local package. Choose a package manager. Here you can choose a package manager. What is a package manager? I'm using Maven. So pull from the repository. If you have any repository, if you have anything, you can use it. Pull from the repository or push it to the repository. You can take it up. So I can use push to repository. Here, see this. These are the distribution management section. Can able to see this distribution management section where we have to update this distribution management section. But is where we have to see this distribution management section. Sorry.
POM.
Yes, we have to update this distribution management in the POM. Okay, if I go to the Gamo cut here, I already gave like if I go to the Gamo cut here, if I go to the edit of this thing, here I have a distribution management section. You can see here, this is my distribution management section. You can see from line number 26 to 37. So now this is my world here. They're providing new distribution management from this repository. If I'm able to update this thing, if I'm able to update this, if I'm able to update this distribution management, now when I use MVN deploy, now it will be when I use MVN deploy, then it will be it will be moved to this particular repository. It will be moved when you use it now like a artifact, right? When you use the Maven deploy, that's the last life cycle in your Maven. I hope you remember how we are using MVN clean install, how we are using MVN clean test, how we are using MVN clean package. In similar manner, the last life cycle you have MVN clean deploy. In the clean deploy, what it will do the deploy. How do where it to the deploy? In this distribution management, what are the URL you're giving? It will deploy to that particular location. So now similar, I created this location. Now I created this thing, add distribution configuration to here in this POM. Here they directly mention that you have to update that into the your pom.xml. Okay, now this is the like if I'm doing connected to the repository, if I'm using it Maven Windows or Linux, I have to use MVN pull from the repository. Here I have to use connect to code artifact or pull from repository or push to the repository. I have to do push to the repository. Here I get it the distribution management section. Now this distribution management section only here I'm uploading it to the how can I push that into the connector? How can I push that package? What are the var packages I created? How can I push that to the artifactory? By using the distribution management thing. This distribution management thing, how can I get? I can get it from the my code artifactory, which will be generated the connection request repository here. And how can I do that one? By using Maven deploy life cycle or Maven deploy pages, I can push that to this particular repository. Okay. Let me write that, let me update that clearly in the pom.xml. But anyway, I'm not doing the build here. So that we will update that. Okay, no worries. So this is how we can create a packages here. Once that has been deployed, when you use MVN clean deploy, it will be upload the package here. You will get the package here only. Okay, you will get the package here only. Okay, so next. So here we have only repositories. We already created a repository, this Gamo cart domain under the star as well. In this Gamo cart, you don't have any packages now, but you're able to get the connection instructions, and you're able to create artifactory as well. Okay, this is what you have in artifactory. Next you have build. Okay, next you have build. So build means to say what you do build. What you do in build, guys?
To build the var package.
Exactly, build the var packages. Now, if I go here, getting started, I'll see it is asking me to create a build job. So create a project for that. So I'm just creating a project here. I'm using project name as GamoCut. Build badge optional, enable build date, build badge is fine. Restricted, add source. Like where if I require to have, how can I add the source here? I go here, I can take source for the code commit, or I can take it from the GitHub, I can take it from the Bitbucket, I can take GitHub Enterprises, I can take it from any of the source. If I say GitHub, It asks me the public repository or repository in my GitHub account. I can use this thing. It is asking my GitHub repository name. See here, this is a Paxkart which I have. Now I have this thing. Okay, so it's already connected to my GitHub repository. I'm able to connect this thing. So now I have source here. If I require to have a source version, say like branch, I can say main branch. Okay. Now I can take here git clone path depth is 1 file full. I can take git clone depth. I can take full any use sub commands, build status, anything I have, status context, target URL, anything if I have, so that I can take it up here and I can say once that has been created, like once a source has been coming. Okay. Once a source has been coming here, now I have to get like, see where I have installed Maven. So suppose in previously I installed Maven in my local and I can get like, I can install, I can say I have Maven here and you can run your pom.xml from here. But here where I don't have Maven here. Did I have Maven here? Did I install Maven something here in this AWS?
No.
So what they do, right? They say, buddy, you don't have any platform to do that one. Now you have to create your own platform to make it up to Maven and run that from your Maven. So now here you can take, that is a managed image or custom Docker image. You can take any of those things, like either you can use any of the image by the AWS code build or custom image. You can have your own image. There you can created a container and run that things. Okay, here I'm using managed image. And here I have Ubuntu Linux. I'm just taking the Ubuntu runtimes. If I have any specific runtime, I can take it up any runtime. I use standard image. I use AWS code build standard 5.50 or this thing 6.70, 6.070. Always latest image with runtime. And a role required to be created, a service role required to be created in your AWS account. That role name is code build Paxkart service underscore role. This will be created. And it required to do the build spec. What is the build spec mean to say? You have to use MVN clean. Here you can use deploy. If you have distributed management thing, you can use deploy. If you not use that, you can use install. Okay, that you can use. So here in a build, you're not writing build spec, inserting the build command here. That's what you can writing here is MVN clean install. I'm using MVN clean install, or I can use MVN clean deploy. But what are the context which I have, right? Like I have to update that in my Paxkart file. Let me go to the Paxkart. If you want, I can update that as well. I'm gonna have to log in those things. And I go to the pom.xml. In this distribution management section, I have to, where is this? Yeah, here I have to change the repository, snapshot repository, all these things I have to change. So again, I go to the code build. From the build spec, I'm going on, say, okay, I'm writing this thing and I'll write that, okay? I'm using MVN clean deploy. And then define batch configuration. I don't have any batch configuration here. I'm fine. Now I have to write an artifact here, where that artifact is required to have. Here I can say measure S3 is one kind of artifact to take it up, because I'm running it as a container kind of thing. Like, okay, I'm running it as a container kind of thing. After the container created, again, it will goes out. After container created and after this run activity done, like your container are like what are the container has been created for this thing, it goes out. So that's the reason you have to copy that artifact into somewhere. You can choose here, you can get these things. If you like, you can, you don't know artifacts, also fine thing. Okay, then else you lost the package. That's the reason you are using MVN clean deploy to write that deployment configuration in the PALM. It automatically upload the package into your artifacts. Okay, so if you have any CloudWatch logs, optional. I'm not writing this thing. I'm just creating the build here. It is already created. Once it created the build, it start doing the build actually. So see here, project created. Here I have projects here. This is the project I have. The project need to be run, and this is my project, and this is my primary repository, and I can do the start build as well here. So say it's taking the details. It is running that build. These are the phase details, provisioning and reports, environmental variables, build details. If you have anything here, it says like a Gamo card from Shiva, these things, and it is taking this build logs. So once it is happening, it says like it will take it up that, phase details, anything here. So it is in provisioning state. It will take like, okay, provisioning is also success. It is created that, downloading the source. It will happen actually. Build is started and it can be run, and it will be created the package in the Gamo card. You can see here. Be created that, and it will be created that build, and it can be get this var package here. So it is in progress. Let it run. Okay, here you can see this build history, any of the report groups, report history. If you have anything, it will be all these things like, can be happen. So here it is what you have here, what you have done here. You're updated what Maven, what you use in Maven, like, MVN clean install, the life cycle of Maven pages, that what you gave here, the same thing you gave here in build history. Okay, in the build perspective, you gave the same build spec build comments here, or build these things. So that same thing you gave. Did you give anything extra which other than you don't know? Anything anything new activities here we done without which you don't know?
No.
It's all things which you already done. You know what the build, like let it build can be run. It will take some time to run this thing. Okay. Now you have to have a code deploy. Deployments. Once you created the package, you require to deploy it. Where I require to deploy it? Automate deployments to the maintain application uptime. So you have to create an application here for your these things. Like, you can deploy either into the EC2 or Lambda is free. Or for code deploy, it is 0.02 per instance. On premises is up to date. Okay, like you have to do these things. So these are the places you have to deploy your applications. So I'm just creating an application here. If I create an application, okay, I just write Gamo card application is Gamo card, and choose platform where you want to deploy these things. You have like imagine ECS. Okay, when they say Elastic Compute Services, so EC2. Okay, sorry, Elastic Container Services, not compute service. Sorry, my bad. Elastic Container Services, or EC2 or on premises, or AWS Lambda. You can choose anything. I just choose here. Okay, now I can set tags. I just created application. In this application, I require to have deployments. I require to create a deploy. Before you can deploy your application, require using code deploy. You must create a deployment group. Here, where I have to do the deployment group. If I go to the create deployment group here, it's a deployment group name, service role, deployment type. Here it have in place, update the instance in the deployment group within the latest application revisions. During the deployment, each instance will briefly taken offline for its updates. Mean to say your rolling update, or it says either you can use blue-green deployment. So what kind of deployment status you want, what type of deployment type you want to have, so you can do this thing. And where is the environment configuration on where you want to do any of these things. You can use Amazon instances, Amazon scaling, auto scaling groups, Amazon these things. And if you have any deployment statuses you have to do, you can do this deployment configs, deployment settings. You can write this thing, code deploy at one time, code deploy off time, code deploy all that, code deploy all the time. Here you can do all these things. And how it is required to have enabling the load balancer. It required to have a load balancer for this thing. Yes. Or you not have a load balancer, just remove this thing. So like this, it will create an application, it created a deployment group. So how you created a deployment config file, right? You raise a deployment config file. Okay, it's the same thing here. You have deployment config file that call it as a deployment group here, and say what the deployment type and what is the service role permissions wise, and what is the deployment group name, what you have, and where you want to deploy your application. Okay, these are the options you have here. And for the deployment also, when you're going on the deployment also, here you can do create a deployment. Here you have to say my application is stored in S3, or my application is stored in GitHub, or like where is my application is been there. So now you can write here, and if you say your application is been there in S3, it will just replace your package from the S3, or it will take it up that application, like you do is start doing the deployment kind of things. So don't follow the deployment to instances if the lifecycle event in, like some kind of option additional behavior they gave, and they gave deployment groups, rollback configuration overrides. They gave some kind of override options, like okay, and some kind of rollback configuration if any case of fail has been happening on this thing. Okay, see here, override the content, fail the deployment, and a record report, like there's like some kind of options things. But whatever you learn inside of your Kubernetes, so you know what deployment type you have to use, and after deployment it has been created, how that rolling update has been happening. All those things they replicated here in terms of the qualities. Yeah, they call it as code deploy. They write it up here as code deploy. Here you're writing an application, there you're creating a namespace. There inside of the namespace, you're creating it like a deployment group here. You're creating a deployment group kind of deployment configuration, and the deployment a similar kind of part template what you have that you're creating in the deployment section. It will be created that directly your application kind of things. Okay, here you have deployment configurations as well. So code deploy at one time or code deploy multiple times, code deploy at all time, Lambda, where you want to see this is code deploy Lambda liner. Okay, this is the Lambda. These are the Lambda. These are the default minimum host times. These are the Lambda. Like they have plenty of different types of configurations they enable, and you can choose any of the configuration where you want to do the deployment. See here. This is a liner percentage for every 10 minutes. This is a Lambda canary 10%, but the 10 minutes. So these are the deployment configurations which you have option to create your deployments.
Sure,
This is
what does it mean actually? Configurations here? Like,
sorry.
so what this configuration means actually, like it has multiple things in the cards.
Okay, see code deploy default dot one at a time. It has to do your deployment one at a time only, to where EC2 on premises and minimum health host live is only one. Code deploy default off at a time. Okay, you have to do only like off at it. Mean to say like you have like you have 6 instances. I mean to say you have 6 pods has been running. You don't want to take it up all things as a single time. You have to take half at a time. I mean to say you only do 3 now, and again next 3 years you have to do that one. So minimum healthy host value should be 50%. Then only you are going to next half of the time. Like for first time you're going on the 50% of pods you're redeploying, and next time again you're doing 50% of pod redeploying kind of things. Okay, so here if you have a similar this thing code deploy, you have like all at once, mean to say recreate, like it will what it will do, it will recreate everything as one single shot. So these are the deployment types you have, right? Configurations you have, right? That the same thing, we already saw that in deployments here. Deployments itself also they gave that for us. But here they gave you like a detailed revision for you. So here go to the deployment here. I think in deployment configuration in they created in deployment group. I think let me go to the group. See here, you can use deployment configuration. Okay, inside of that also you're providing it. So you're not writing a separate kind of thing. You're writing this into the deployment group itself. It's already part of your deployment, code deployment. It's not something separate kind of thing. Okay. But there you're writing everything as a files, but here you're writing everything as a kind of, UI select wise you are doing these things. But in their Kubernetes, everything you're writing everything as a kind of CLI. But here they're giving you GUI and they say you can directly do it with your fingertips. You're not required to write all those kind of programs, and you can select here you have a drop down option. You can select a number of things here. That's what they're mentioning here in this. And next, if you come to the pipeline here, go to the getting starts. If you use create pipeline, see in this pipeline, it has only 4 steps. Can you see the step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4? Well, step 1, choose pipeline settings. Step 2, add source store stage. Step 3, add build stage. Step 4, add deploy stage. Step 5, review. That's it. That's your pipeline. That's your pipeline. Let me write a pipeline name. Just write a Gamma. So this is my pipeline name. And here I'm just going on the next. I'm going on the next. Here, next source provider. Where is my source provider? I can use Bitbucket or GitHub revision, or I can use Bitbucket also, Bitbucket, GitHub, this thing, or I can use AWS code commit as well. If I use code commit, it has asked me the repository. I can provide the repository branch name. It asks me, I can provide the branch name. Amazon CloudWatch recommendations, Amazon code pipeline, change the detection options, output detections. Okay, I'll use next. Their build option, build provider. I have AWS code build. When I have a code build region and project name, I have Gamma project here. And bash build you want to have, or you want to have a single build, trigger only single build, trigger a multiple builds as a single execution. So I say I have these things. And code deploy, I have a project here. Either you can do, see here, you can do these many things. AWS app config, CloudFormation stack set, is deploy, AWS Beanstalk. Here you have plenty of other ways. So AWS workspace stacks, S3 published, service catalogs, ECS, blue, green, Amazon S3. You can do deploy wherever you want to have, you can do that. Suppose if you're going on AWS code deploy, which we have here, if I here, it is asking me the application name. Here you can have a Gamma card. So you don't have deployment group. So I don't have a deployment group has been created here. So I can say next. But it asked me deployment group. I didn't create that. I just use skip this deploy step. So this is the final step review. Create a pipeline. It created a pipeline for me. So it says it is running, taking the source and building that one. So similarly, like you have stages, how you have stages in your this thing, you have stages here. And also here you have a notification rules for your pipeline. You can create a notification rules as well. So what is the notification rules you have? Build one project, other project build, even trigger notifications. Like you here you have a targets, like SNS topic, choose a target configuration, choose target type. So chat box you can create it, Microsoft Teams you can create it. So you can create a different types of rules here. See here, like a stage execution success, even trigger this notification where it has to be triggered. So there are plenty of different types of notifications. There in Jenkins, what we saw, like build one job, other build, or like get from the GitHub source, you have to run this thing like that. How we saw that, right? Similarly, you have here some notifications as well for your pipelines. Okay, so here code build is success, code commit is success, code build is happening. So build is in progress. Now build will be happen. If you see here in this tree, you can see there's only one thing, it is in progress. This is what you have here in this is what you call code pipeline. So anything extra you felt that you don't know something here and you learn something here, it might be artifact. Artifact is one thing, we not covered artifact anything there, but here is one thing that other than that in code commit or code deploy or code build or anything code pipeline, anything you feel that as a new something you not known something here you learn. But in Jenkins pipeline itself now, how much bigger we have. So we have like a goes on like 10 to 11 stages. But here I don't have that. I have only 3 stages. Get the code commit, code build, code deploy. These are the 3 options I have, and these are the 3 stages which I have there in my AWS DevOps. This is what you have called AWS DevOps. So this is what you have, you call it as AWS DevOps. Do you feel anything, something like, which you don't understand something here, that some specific new things you learn with AWS DevOps? Guys, am I audible?
Yes, Shiva. I need to go through this recording again.
No, what they done, right? They replicated that services, and they able to create, they able to manage here, and they able to replicate the same services what you learn. That's what I told. What we learn over there, it is what we learning over there is core DevOps engineering. Even if you go to the Azure DevOps also, you will have a similar like this thing only. You not have like, bigger kind of things like what you learn from the Ansible or what you learn from the Kubernetes. You won't have such bigger things. It's very small and simple things here in this AWS DevOps.
Yes.
So any questions here? So this is how you're, you're doing like AWS DevOps. It will take some time. In your code build also, you have build projects. This project is failed. Maybe like we not passes the entire thing here. So in phase details, it has been failed. You can see these many phases it was able to build command while executing the command and when deploy reason exit status, because okay, we didn't provide the deploy. We have to like use ambient clean install. We not provided editing this thing. We not edited here, right? So that's maybe reason for deploy was failed here. If you use like I can say, if I use ambient clean install, it can be. And say clean install. Now if I run again, it will take it at that. Okay. It will run and it will go to the build set history. It will create it one more. This time it will apply those things. It will take like quite a little bit time to do the build. Downloading the source, install is also success. See here, pre-build is going on. Now in the build state is going on. So build is to success, and here is post build activity is also completed. And now we are good with these things. Okay, build history, you can see this thing. But if you use Gamokart, if you use like a deploy in that, right, it automatically build that. It automatically gave you kind of, what you have that, what you have the build, right? Like you have the packages, the packages all will be there. Okay, that packages all will be in placed in your artifact. If you use that, just change here, like let me go here in the artifact, let me do that. Now I'll show you that artifactory. Go to the repositories. Okay, let me use, this is my Gamokart. Let me use view connection things. Did I have anything here? No, let me use connection instructions here. Now here I have to copy this to go here. I have to change this thing. Where I have repository from E, it starts these things. How many spaces they gave over there? 2 spaces. For each thing they gave 2 spaces.
Siva, I think it's not required
Why?
because it's not required to a space, especially a space of particular things, because it's a pom.xml. Huh?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it's not required. You can only for formatted the code only bus.
It is goes on different level, right? So okay, anyway, I created that, let it be.
Yes, yes. You can comment out.
I can remove this thing, no worries. Okay, here I have distribution management section. In this distribution management section, I write like a star as a Gamokart, this thing, and file these things. Okay, this is what I have here, right? Now I updated this thing. If I go to the code build now, if I do the build projects again, if I do this changes occur, if I do this now, again, if I go to the Gamokart now, if I use edit, build spec, now start the build. If I use the phase details here, you'll understand what happening. So downloading the source done, installation pre-build is done. Now it is build is happening. I require to have that package here. This got failed. Deploy was not happened. It was not able to push. It not able to do the deploy. Then logs also will not given.
I think log is disabled.
Yeah, disable the log again, or else it will created a CloudWatch logs, and again I have to if I not remove that, again I have to pay a lot of things for that. Why it has been deployed? Might be it might have some kind of might be some issues or some kind of permission issues might be. Exit code is one, right? Like it says.
It is showing ambient clean deploys now.
Yes.
Exit status.
It's unable to push that. They call it as a status, exit code status one. But in while installing thing, it was able to do that install kind of thing. But when we used previously ambient clean install, that time it's success. But only when we use git deploy, it was not able to do. Might be some related permission related errors. You might have that. You have to see each and everything here. If you see here, it is able to do the build. It took 16 seconds to build that package. But you can keep that into the like an artifact as S3 bucket also. That is also you can do share. You can do go edit here. Artifact you can select here this artifact, and this artifact you can select as like S3, and you can keep this bucket. You can keep this the package into the artifact also. As you can create that kind of S3, and you can keep that also. Like you can do the both ways. Either from your Maven clean deploy you can do, or you can create an S3 bucket and you can upload that. You can upload this file into your S3 bucket. That is also can be possible. Okay. So any namespace types, any of that packing, it's a zip or none. Like I have to do these all. Like then I can able to achieve. I can able to get these things into my AWS things. Like one, it will be copied that package into the S3 buckets. That is also can be possible. But previously, what we tried to do it from the Maven command itself, like by using Maven deploy by using distribution management section, but it got failed with some specific. I'm not sure what is the reason. Usually that it will be happen, but I don't know why it has been failed. Might be a role might be required, or it might be permission issue might be. So that was not happening. Or I can use artifact inside of your build that you can also do this thing. So these are the you called developer tools inside. These are the things, you call the developer tools in with your AWS DevOps. So you can create a connections as well, Bitbucket. You can directly create it. You can do GitHub. Once you give GitHub, create a connection name GitHub, and you can connect to the GitHub. Like you can write these things. Sorry. So say it is identifying the GitHub repository, these things, and authorize AWS connected for the GitHub you can do, but I'm not doing that now. I'm just coming out of that. So this way also you can connect it to your you can directly provide your authentications to any of the tools which you have over there. So anything here on this developer tools, any questions you have? You have to remove those things. If you write anything, you have to remove those things, or else it eat up. It will, ask your properties. Have to carefully, every instances, whatever, whenever the instances has been everything you have to clean up that. Even for last week of our Kubernetes kind of thing, right? I'm required to pay $2 kind of thing. And last week also, for the other week, also I completely forget and I paid $8.
This is risky in AWS, using AWS.
Yeah, but you have to usually carefully, you have to go and you have to do everything. If you're
Yes.
not going on very carefully, if you're going on very lazy, see here now I created a pipeline, right? That is here are all these things. Let me show you like a simple in building dashboard. Now we are using the code commits, right? Let me show you. See AWS code commit, how much we use. AWS code build, how much we use. So you have everything here for these things. Code artifact also, it is 26 requests. So 10 see here 10,000 requests always free for month. If you kept it like that, it will take it up that requests, increase that requests, and you have to pay a lot amount. So that's the reason every time you have to come for the billing thing and you have to do these things. Okay.
Yes, yes.
So any other questions?
Shiva, can I ping you? Because I'm preparing now. So in case I have any doubt, can I
Yeah,
directly?
see, yeah, you can do that, man.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
But mostly instead of calling, right? If you ping me, I'll be available.
Yes, yes, I'll ping. Yeah, I'll ask your availability if any doubt.
No. Like if you're pinging me, then I can directly do the I can respond to you, like I can do the response kind of thing. I can give easy response. If you call
Yes.
me something, right? Like I may be
Yes, yes,
uh,
I do understand those things.
I may be in the call or maybe in office. I couldn't I these and all I cannot publish into the office, right? I'm doing like this kind of trainings and all.
Yes, yes, correct, correct.
So that's a problem.
Thank you. Yes.
Ansible Tower and Git, sorry, Jenkins is similar, no?
No, Ansible Tower is only like, how you do the Ansible, right? Like the Ansible, you creating that Ansible, running the playbooks, all those things, right? Those things you can create, yeah, instead of using CLI, you can use it from the GUI. That's what you call Ansible Tower. But Jenkins is a different and Ansible Tower is a different.
But both are executing for the execution.
No, just Ansible Tower is nothing but a very now yesterday we run these all things, right? You run like we run Ansible playbooks and all, right?
Mhm.
The similar thing you ran like from your GUI. Ansible Tower is just a GUI, not any kind and GUI Tower GUI for your Ansible, not a kind of CI/CD tool.
Okay. Yes, yes, correct.
Okay. So our next topic is Ops Workspace. Ops Workspace. The AWS Ops Workspace stack is a configuration management service. Ops Workspace stack is a configuration management service. So what are the configuration management services we went on?
Jenkins only.
But hey, it's a configuration management.
I think Ansible.
Yeah, sorry, Ansible. Sorry. My bad. Actually, it's Ansible. Sorry.
Yes. Similarly, how you have Ansible, they're able to like AWS is also coming up with a few kind of ops workspaces stacks. Okay, here this also will help you to do that. How you do the configuration management, how you have Ansible, how you have a client server architecture you design, all those things you can replicate it here. They call it as AWS Ops Workspace stacks. Okay, here this is what they have. Here you have three different options. Why it is directly go to the stacks. So AWS Workspace is a configuration management service that helps you to build, operate highly dynamic applications and propagate changes instantly. Here, Ops Workspace provide you three different solutions. One is Ops Workspace stacks, Ops Workspace for the Chef Automate, Ops Workspaces for the Puppet Enterprises. These are the three services it is providing under the Ops Workspace. Okay, if you see the Ops Workspace stacks, define, group, provision, deploy, and operate your applications AWS using by the Chef in the local mode. Okay, here you can see Chef in your local mode, or else create Chef server that include Chef Automate, premium features, use the Chef DK and any configuration Chef tools to manage them. So it is automated chefing. And here they say Chef, here this is a Puppet Enterprises. So here it is purely Puppet Enterprises kind of thing. So these are the three services it is provided by the your op workspaces. Okay. Now I'm going on this thing, work stacks. If I go here, if I click this thing, ops workspace stacks. This ops workspace stacks is usually provide you like stacks kind of things. What does mean by the stacks? A group of layer. Sorry.
Okay.
So here I have two options. Okay, start fresh, create an AWS workspace stacks model, your application components, deploy code, configure instances, automate tasks, and control resources by your application. Or else register existing instances. If you have any existing instances for that, you can run these things. And what are the benefits I'm having here? AWS Workspace support a wide variety of architectures from a simple web application to highly complex custom applications. Stack let you define and maintain your configurations, your entire environment. And in a stack enable you to efficiently manage your applications. So resource utilization is a resource organization comes as a layers that is also can be beneficiary to do this thing. So now you can add your stack thing. So like you can see here, this is the Chef Automate server. This is a Puppet Enterprise server, but I'm going on the stacks. This stacks is nothing but Chef only, but in your local mode. So let me create, I'm adding our first stack here. When I'm adding the first stack here, it say what type of stack you want to add here. Here they're saying a simple stack, or Chef 12 stack, or Chef 11 stack. So simple stack, explore AWS Workspace stack with a simple Node.js application, or bring your own cookbooks and use your custom community cookbooks here in this thing. But here it available in Windows, it available in Linux, but this available in Linux only. And Chef's 11 stacks use built-in cookbooks for the application and deployments by using the Linux environment basis. Okay, so what it's saying, create a chef here. If you click this thing here, if you click this thing here, it is ask you the stack name, all those things. Here, if you use cookbooks, here you the only differences here, Chef 12 and Chef 11. Here it is in Linux. Here it is in Linux and Windows. I'm going on the Linux only. So okay, I'm going on the Linux only. Here I use the name called Star Azale. I'm creating a name as a Star Azale. And what region I want to have, region I use always I use Mumbai as a Pacific. Okay, I have VPC, the subnets, and here operating system. What operating system I want to have? I can take Ubuntu. Do I have to use default access keys? Yes, I have JB Shiva 2008. Okay, if you want to use, I can use a custom Linux AMI. Okay, I have to use a different I use this thing, or I can use Amazon Linux as well. I can use Red Hat Linux enterprises. I can use any of this thing. I go with 2018 versions, I kind of this thing. Chef version is 11.1. See, use a custom Chef cookbooks here. Just a Chef custom cookbooks here. Yesterday I told what about the cookbooks. What is the meaning? What is the cookbooks contains?
I think cookbooks contains basically some of just like a pull, post, and gate, any kind of changes request.
Your cookbooks contain recipes. Like you write a playbook, right? Instead of a playbook, what you write modules, right?
Yes.
Okay, inside of your cookbooks, you write modules. And in modules, you say like, okay, this is the package and this is a copy you're doing, and this is a copy, like these are you're installing kind of, there's a package, like, there's a modules you have in your playbook, where in your cookbook, you have recipes. I mean, it's a simple thing, like I require to make, biryani. Okay, I require to make a biryani, and I required a recipe for that. Where I have kept that recipe, I have a cookbook. In the cookbook, I have recipes for biryani, and I have recipes for the fried rice, I have recipes for the dal, like this thing. So if I take a recipe and with the help of the recipe, I can prepare a biryani, right?
Yes.
Similarly here, if usually you write a cookbooks, your cookbook contains your cookbook contains your recipes. Mean to say how you have a modules in your Ansible, in your line in your chef, you have cookbooks. Okay, recipes. How we have models. So like you say, use custom chef. I don't have custom. You have to write a cookbooks. You have to all do those things. But I don't have any cookbooks with me. I can add a stack here. So it's asking I have to create IAM role. So I say like a new IAM role has been required by using IAM console or API. It's asking me to create a new IAM role, but I'm say like instance store. I don't think so. It's required to have IAM role. Why it does not have IAM role? What is why it is not creating IAM role? So okay, maybe after I added here, it said default to device. Here it's asking IAM role for that one, and default IAM instance profile. If I have API endpoint region is south, and host name operation agent is right? We have agent as I told yesterday. So these are the manual updates for the agent. These are the host names. What kind of host names you want to use? Layer dependence, cloud, or anything like I can use host theme as a cloud. And here I can write a custom JSON format, pass it to chef recipes for all the instances in your stack. 1 second, let me create an IAM role, then I'll come back here. Okay, create a role. So when you do this op workspace, you have to have these many permissions you have to add. Okay, you have to add these many permissions. So once you created the role, it has been created role. 1 second, let me go back. Okay, it is exceeded max limit. I do that administrator access. Just creating a role. A role name, I say. Ops work. Okay, role might be created for me as what is the role I created? Ops workspace. Let me copy this ops workspace. And this is a ARN I have. I copied this ARN. I go to this thing here. Let me refresh this thing. See, ops workspace role, it automatically came here now. Now I'm using stack name as star style. I use location for me is always Mumbai. And VPC ID, Amazon Linux, I don't use. I say don't use the default SSH, which I have SSH key for these things. Okay, instances, I default IAM profiler. I don't have any of the IAM profiler. I'm okay with that. And AP South use layer these things. I'm say use security groups. I said okay, fine. I added stack here. Still something is lacking here. I think it's just profile. Does it showing any error? Why it is not creating? I'm using Chef 11, the 12 here. Why it is not creating Chef? Here it is okay, custom check. I have to write like a, if I have cookbooks, I have to write here cookbooks, but I don't have a cookbooks. I say like custom cookbooks, but why it is not allowing me to take? It says instance profile is required, but anyway, I can create an instance profile also. It won't be a big deal. One second, guys. I can do that profile, but why it is not allowing me to run these things? Just let me go here.
I think Siva, we need to select a default instant profile, some option.
No, it is also not given me instance profile as well. I have to update that maybe in resources, at least I have to update that, this thing. So just give me a minute, I'm checking. But that won't be a big deal actually. It seems they made it up a mandatory for that. Let me let me check that. We go to the IAM. Let me create an instance profile. Where is this problem? We have somewhere profile. Not in the policies. Let me create instance profile. I'm not getting that option here. Why I'm not getting instance profiler here? Instance profiler mean to say, like, it is adding up more, what you call, will be there in your roles only. Why it is not giving me this? Mm. It is not giving me. Maybe I require to do it from CLI kind of thing. Again, I have to create a kind of I think I have to do it from a kind of CLI. What is the role I created? Let me go here, this role. Here it required to create a policy, instance policy. Why it is not created? Why it's not created? The fact I gave allow principal. Let me edit this thing. Just deleted that IAM role. Let me create one more role here. So AWS service, allow AWS service like EC2 Lambda other perform this action in this account. Allow SAML dot, okay. Allow web user infected by the specific external web. These are AWS account. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ apps workspace I created. Hmm. Assume role is also available action in there. One second, I'm just creating a role here. Let me attach a separate policy if required. Let me see any other policies I can add. It's not come as a kind of policy. It is only kind of, it directly come into the roles, this instance profile, but I don't know why it is not coming. Any role we created for the EC2 instances, let me check. So this is what you have to add for, like, if this is a kind of permission to AWS, you have to write these things. You have to add. I'm going role again. Let me verify, step by step, like why role has been not getting this instance profile. I'm going the aux. Version statement, hello, principal service I gave, action STS assume role. It has everything, like okay, maybe I'll take one more service as EC2 instance as well. I have a these things. Why the trust policy entity has been not happening? Let me take update policy. Let me use instead of ops, I can use EC2. I have administrator, like, but still, like, specifying for the instances is done. Like, let me see here. Okay, I go here, add your first stack. We have a role also, but that role is also not fetching now. After updating that, not specify. If I change here, it's not happening. Why it is not taking that? Usually it will create a default profiler as well, but a default IAM instance profile is also not being created here. That is more worry for me. Even I created it as admin directly. I gave kind of full privileges to these things. So so access levels, I can say add principal also we can add condition also we can add, and principal type AWS IAM role. So I already have a principal. AWS Ops Workspaces we already have. Why it is not taking this? So I gave full administrative permissions, which will have everything for for every of the resources. I just say it is allow for all the resources, like whatever the resources it gave. I gave the full permission for these things. What expectation other role it is looking for this? I'm not sure. No, something has been fishy here. So here you can create a Chef Automate server if you like. That is a manual kind of a stack. Here you can create a Chef Automate server. Chef Automate server, easy launch and automated infrastructure and zero maintenance. Here you can do Chef Automated server. So you can create a Chef servers, say like Star as a Life and Chef. And oh, it is taking MI6. It is two huge permissions. I don't have another support for 500 nodes. I cannot take, I can't take MI. See, for the pricing plan for MI6i, you know how much it is? So here we have a key, EC2 existing pair key, EC2. Okay, for why it is not coming existing EC2? I'm not connecting by switch. Okay, use automatically generated endpoints. So I have VPC I'm adding, and system maintenance is enable backup I'm doing. And if I have a key value, something name type I can take. Next review. So when I do this thing, it automatically created a Chef server for you. Okay, so like how Ansible server you created, right? How Ansible server you created. So that it can be created from here. How you manually take it up Ansible server, right? It will take it up like that way. And from there again, like previously, like I'm telling about the stack creation, right? What is that stack creation? Here also you have, after this thing, you have to create a stack. what is this stack contains? The stack contains like, different types of your infrastructures. So different types of servers you have, like suppose database servers, like yesterday, like, in Ansible, we added like a server IP addresses, right? That is the what you have here in the stack, mean to say. So that is the stack. Your stack is like nothing but a group of your servers you trying to do. You're merging these things there, right, like, you're adding more on these things. If you created this thing, it it's like, for each of mi rm like m type of resources is more than like, for $4 or $5 for 1 hour kind of thing. So we have to make sure that you're not. So since you're not automating new customers, existing customers still unpresent. Okay, might be some issue. It's already up until the May 5, 2024. So if I able to at least create a stack, I can show you, like I can go inside of the stacks. I can see these are the stacks you can call, but I don't know why it is not coming for if I have it. So and I don't have any instances to take it up there. If I have instances, what it will take, it will be connected to your instances, and from that instances, it will automatically add as a stacks. That stacks, like, it will. I'll tell you the background how it works. So how in Ansible we saw, right, like we took one instances, and one instances we install Ansible, and then like, that Ansible like a host we connected multi other servers, like a client, different types of clients we connected. In the same Chef is also what it will do have. You have a local system, you have Chef server. Okay, you have Chef server where the Chef has been installed. Like, sorry, Chef server where your Chef DK, mean to say like a development kit. You have Chef that where Chef server runs like this. Cookbooks, all those things. Like where it will execute the recipes, all those things. Like, you have like some development kits over there, like that purely works on the Chef server, and that's a Chef server is always connected to your clients. Okay, it's a 3-tier architecture as I shown yesterday, right? So it has been connected to your multiple clients. So multiple clients, you have a Chef agents. Okay, you have Chef agents that you can call client agents or Chef agents. These Chef agents will be connected to that. So now here this ops workspace, how it will be connected in the local system will be the same. For the local system, it will create an instance. There it will be executing all your all your cookbooks, recipes, all those things. And similarly, you have like a kind of Chef server. That Chef server also will be created one instance. And you have to have like clients here, it will take as a stack kind of thing. For instances, like for like, different servers we created, like database servers, or like like this kind of servers, are like, kind of middleware servers, all those kind of things, right? It will create it as a stack. Okay, instead of host file, we have a host file. Here, instead of host file, you're creating a stack file. The stack file contains what are the hosts you are applying. All the host file details, it will be presented in this particular stack. So there in this particular stack, you're going on like, how you write a playbook, you write a cookbooks, how you write a module over there, you write a kind of recipes here, and from the recipe, which module it required to connect, and which kind of host it is connected, that you can select in the option stack. When you're going on the stack, it will give you like, options, which stack you want to deploy you want to, suppose you want to update Java, and which stack you want to do, you can do that one. Those are give you like a kind of what I can see, in manual, instead of manually, here you can get everything as an option based kind of things. And also you have to write a cookbook for that one. That cookbook is purely writing in the Ruby script. After you writing that, it will execute that as a Ruby, like it will execute cookbook on that particular stack, or also in the particular substacks. Even you have a stack, inside of the stack, you may have a substacks, mean to say one database server. So you can write a group, or you can write a one kind of individual in a group, right? That's you call as substacks. Either you can execute in the substacks, or you can execute for the entire stacks. So that stacks mean nothing but hosts or inventory, what you are in Ansible. So now you're executed this recipes inside of a cookbooks which you are running from your EC2 instances. Okay, from where your local desktop, where your local installation things, where you install Chef. So what it will do, it will create a Chef server where it will whatever you executed in this, it will take that as a changes, and it will be applied into the stacks. What are the stacks you have? What are the hosts you have that you're updating? The clients, okay, the IP addresses of clients, you're updating into the host files. The same thing it will do with the stacks, and you will update it that. So what you have to do here, you have to create a multiple stacks here. You're creating a stack. Each stack you have a substacks where you have database servers, you have like Lambda, you have like EC2 instances. Like this, you're creating multiple substacks, all the things under one particular stack, and you are executing. Then you are directly doing your infrastructure, or whether you are like you're creating like you were doing installation of Java, installation of this thing, or copying the files. All those things you can do on the particular stacks only. There you're doing on the host, here you're doing on the stacks. That is the only differences here. But it is an automated kind of thing. Like instead of doing all this manual works, installation of the chefs, yesterday we done like Ansible creations, all those things, right? Here in this ops works, it will be created as a part of, everything is an automated kind of things. But unfortunately, I was unable to process this thing. Maybe like some kind of issue with this instance profile was not able to create. I was unable to showcase you, like, or else it can be, it will usually get you like that kind of things actually. So you better don't try this thing, because it is have a more on very taking yum type instances. That is very these things. So you have to make sure that you're going on anything, you have to remove all those things. This is code pipeline Gamukhat. These are the policies which I've created for my this thing. So I'm just removing this policy. So you will understand what this role and policies, what these are all, like these things and all, right? You will understand value going on AWS. Okay, so next thing, like after this session completed, you're going on to the AWS. There you will understand what is this IAM role, what is this policies, what is this roles. Like you'll understand a lot things there. They'll explain you more on like what it do, all those things. So now, I think after that you try, maybe that time you will understand a little bit more easy kind of things. Okay.
Okay, Shiva.
Okay.
Policies, like simple thing. Role mean to say I'm creating a role. So suppose in our regular in a regular manner, right? Suppose I'm a manager. Okay, you are reporting to me. So to give you, I can able to see your salary, or I can able to, you are reporting to me. I'm able to see more options than compare with you, because I have a more permissions. That is the permissions here. You call it as a policies. You say like, okay, you have admin policy, you have read policy, you have write policy. That you kind of have a policies you have. That policies all you're attaching into the one specific role. Say in this role, I role like called as a manager. So maybe I'm a manager, you are a manager, and other people are a manager. Now I'll go to and I'll assign that roles to you. So that manager will assign to me, manager will assign to you, manager will assign role to the Devi or some other people. So now what are the roles? What are the permission under the role? I can have access to that one. That is the meaning here. So now what I am doing here, I'm creating an ops workspace role. Mean to say, what are the permission required to create ops workspace? That I'm creating a role, and I'm attaching this role to one of the instances. So when that instances a stack it has been created, what required permission to do that, it is all attached by a role kind of thing. But unfortunately, it is not able to do something. Might be, I'm also not sure what that exactly issue. Because of that, again, it's AWS, right? You have to do like a little bit more research kind of things. Like they change everything, most of the times, like now, maybe today one thing, and after again, if you go some time, they'll change one more thing, because they'll update everything, like every services they'll update for efficiently manner they use. So that's the reason, even if you're certifying in the cloud, right, that is valid only for 3 years. If you're certified, one second. If you're certified in, any of the cloud, it will only take like, it will only take 3 years when that validity is only 3 years. Similarly, if you're certified in Jenkins, like it is valid for the lifetime. They're like, they're adding more features, they're not changing. But in any cloud certification, if you do for the admin, whatever, even GCP, everything, it is only 3 years validity of that certification. In terms of them, like they may be maintaining that services, they're adding up new services in later and kind of thing. That's the reason they're asking you again, do certification after 3 years. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So try this thing, but be cautious when you're doing this thing.
Yes, yes.
Sorry, I was unable to give you the complete information on this ops workspace. It is the kind of this thing. Sorry, very sorry for that. You try, if any questions you have, like let me know. I'll try to answer that. Okay.
Yes, sure, sure. We will ask you.
Yep. It's time to say goodbye for you all.
Thank
Shiva,
you,
one
Shiva.
question I have.
Yes, sir.
It's
Go on, please.
regarding on the roles. Like I have multiple roles are open and I am. So should we need to close that, or it should
No,
be?
roles are not chargeable. So roles are won't chargeable. You don't need to worry on that.
Okay.
See, you creating a role, roles are not chargeable. You don't need to worry on that one.
Fine, fine. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you for giving me such opportunity to teach you guys. Like, practice well. As I told every time, practice well. See in the brighter picture of the scenarios. Okay. And let me know if anything. And I'll ping you my LinkedIn here, guys. So I've done. I need to done that. Might be. I ping you my LinkedIn here.
Yes, yes.
You guys can connect me on the LinkedIn. And I'll ping in the group as well. If you want, I can ping in the group as well. So
Yes, yes.
yeah, you guys, if you want to connect with me, you can connect from that thing. Okay. Just give me a minute. I'm pinging here itself. This is my LinkedIn. You can, you can always, ping me here. Or you can connect with me here as well. So I can, it's time to say goodbye. Thank you so much, guys. We'll meet you like, if any questions or, you can always reach out to me.
Yeah.
Yes,
Thanks, Shiva.
yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shiva.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Shiva.
Have a nice day. Bye bye.
Yeah, we'll be in touch for sure.
Sure, man.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
It's a really good journey with you.
That is pleasure is mine, buddy.
Yeah, thanks very much. Definitely will contact you.